Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we're holding session number 450, and today's session is sponsored by our generous patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting and some very key tokens without you. Thank you very much. Players at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 450 points for showing up on time. Thank you very much for showing up on time. And when last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in Central Adria at the Water Temple in the swamp south of Hang Mai, the old capital. And they were exploring the final bits of the dungeon. And on the turn order tracker, Shandrak had found a door that I think he was just about to open when we reached the end of the round last session. And the end of the session. Alright, so on the tracker, we have Jim's Locate Object spell still going. Has 175 rounds left. Tenzi's Vengeful Strike on Gargamond, 89 rounds left. Anatar's Fly, 74 rounds left. Tenzi's Vengeful Strike on Asher, 73 rounds left. Tenzi's Impervious Sanctity of Mind, 67 rounds left. Time now is 3:01 in the morning, September the 22nd, 11 AE5. Shandrak has cast with his staff Enlarge on Ashriel, 36 rounds left. Also with his staff Enlarge on Gargamon, 33 rounds left. Also with his staff Enlarge on Brine Druid, 32 rounds left. Ashriel has cast Protection from Evil on Brine Druid, 15 rounds left. And also Detect Snares and Traps on himself, 14 rounds left. Shandrak cast with his staff Protection from Evil on Varen. Tenzi has Crown of Cold, 7 rounds left. Shandrak's staff Protection from Evil on Gargamon, 7 rounds left. Ryer's Rally has 3 rounds left. That's a +1 to hit. So anyone that has the musical note token marker has a +1 to hit from being rallied. And then Anatar's Improved Invisibility will end at the end of this round. First up is the monks. And they are going to stay put for now. They're all dressed in just rags, like loincloths, the clothes that they had from childhood when they were kidnapped by the Kappa, that they've torn to shreds and sort of girded their loins with. They're well fed and healthy, however. The Kidate Ninja are going to move up and try to hide behind Brian Jurid. First one fails. Second one fails, and the boss man succeeds and disappears. And these two in front are obviously trying to act sneaky. Next up is... Oh. Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi will ask, Chandrak, are you going to, do you want to hide before we open the door? We know someone said that there might be water elementals beyond the door.
Yeah, definitely. And Chandrak makes eye contact with Asher. Because I think once everybody's done hiding, I'm ready to go.
She nods and says, yeah, same here.
All right, then Ash will immediately cast Clairvoyance 10 feet beyond the door and get a sneak peek at what's maybe beyond.
All right. Spell AoE Wizard 3 and Clairvoyance. So beyond the door, you can see a 10-foot tall staircase, or at least 10 feet. It's pretty wide, probably 20 feet wide from what you can see. And then there's some water off to the side of this bridge. And the ambient...
Children.
Go ahead.
My children, the way seems clear immediately beyond the door, but there is a staircase going up.
Alright, good to know. Thanks, Ashrel.
And that will be it for us.
All right. Asher and Company.
Sure, and is going to try to hide in shadows where she is. Anatar is going to recast Improved Invisibility. shall last 13 rounds. You can make a half move. So the rest of them are gonna kind of move up toward the door, understanding that we'll be going soon. Bombos is already hidden. He's going to try to move silently.
So it was Asher that was hiding?
Oh, sorry, use feather, but yeah, Asher wasn't hiding last round, so she's hiding now. Bombosa was hiding last round. He's
Okay.
trying to use Featherfoot.
Okay. Anything else for your company?
No, that's all.
Okay. And next we have Shandrak and Company.
Shandrak will hide in shadows. And then after Shandrak hides in shadows.
His turn is over when he hides in shadows.
Okay, my henchmen can't act after that.
They can, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So after Shandrak disappears, Gargamon takes a look around, does a head count, sees we're missing our sneaky people. I says, "Let's go," and opens the door.
All right. On the other side, you can see in the water is one of these 16-foot tall water elementals just sort of bathing there. There are two of these abominations, Yanti abominations. One that has a some kind of pole arm. And then I think this one is supposed to be katana. So this guy's got a katana. I know it looks like an axe, but that was the only token really that I could find. And then,
weapon.
yeah. And then one of these Shan Pachan Yantis, they're big. They have multiple heads, 4 heads to be precise. And they are huge creatures. Yeah. They're, I guess, like a type of abomination. So, and then there's a clutch of eggs inside of a bowl on top of this raised platform. The platform is about 10 feet higher than the ground that you're standing on, and the ceiling is about 15 feet above it. So the total altitude in the room from water level to ceiling is about 25 feet. and it looks like the Sean Pachan is like mid-stride, walking over to the eggs to like sit on them, like it's sort of spreading its legs to kind of walk around the eggs and keep them warm. And then one of its heads turns over to you guys and starts hissing, and then the water elemental's like body starts frothing into like white water, and these two abominations wheel around and bring their weapons to bear. So no surprise. And they look menacing. And they come to attack you. So now we're in initiative phase.
Get a chance, may I please get multiples?
Yep. One for Karenglor.
Karenglor, Anatar, and 2 for Varen, and I'm Anatar and Karenglor on top of each other, so I'll move Karenglor momentarily. Roll his.
And I gave 2 to Musashi and 1 to Ashril. And 2 more to Varen.
Thank you.
Alright, is anyone still rolling? Okay, I'm just going to take that extra turn off for Musashi. I don't see any more zeros. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to roll for the dragons.
I forgot. Actually, Tenzi's going to need 3 extra.
3 extra.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Oh wow, the dragons are way back there. Okay. All right. All right, we got spells and time. And first up is Tenzi.
Tenzi makes his way through the crowd of people, comes up to this huge. Wait, oh, is it huge?
Yes.
Rats. Then he will take the side way to the stairs here, and I guess he'll have lower ground, and he'll attack this guy here.
I don't get why it was. How did that? There we go. I must have accidentally moved this thing, the Shan Pachan. And the abomination turns to face you.
Then I have lower ground because I'm on the lower step.
Yes, yeah. 5 feet lower. Okay, it's shieldless. -4 beats AC 4. It's a large creature because of its snaky tail. So you do large creature damage to it. 16 damage from your side. And I should probably put large on their weapon table so you can tell what size they are. And they move at 9. The snake ones move at 9. Okay. 16 damage. Next up is one of the abominations. Okay, so it's the one back here. And it is going to try to mind thrust. Try to mind thrust Gargamond. Range is less than 90 feet. He has no defense modes. His mind is closed right now. He'll spend 2 PSPs. Hits mental AC of -5 or worse.
That'll do
Gargamon's.
it.
Yeah. I think. Let's see what his mental AC is. Yeah, his mental AC is 10. So his mind is open now. And the same... The same Yant... So that was... How many PSPs? 2. -2. And the same one will try to... dominate Gargamond. Spells and powers, and I think that's a saving throw versus spell, so go ahead and roll that. Let's see, psionics, telepathy, science, domination, Gargamond, no miscellaneous adjustment, level of target. What's his
9.
level? 9. He saved anyways, so it has no effect. Oh, wow. Rolled a natural 20. So that will be 6 PSPs on a failure. -6. Okay, next up is Gargamond.
Quick before Gargamon goes, if the Yanti are evil, they would be in the circle of Crown of Cold.
Yes, that is true. Go ahead and roll damage for Crown of Cold. The really big one is not. But the other two are, like the regular large-sized ones. I should give you a button for Crown of Cold.
Only 3.
Okay. I'm giving you a button for it right now.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yep. Attributes and abilities. Add an ability. Show as token action. We'll name it star 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 C O C star star star. Whoops. Alright, the next time you click on your character, you should have Crown of Cold. I'll name it COC damage.
Yep, I see it.
COC. There we go. That should make it easier. So it was 3 points, 4 points, 3 points.
Three
Three.
unless they're susceptible to cold.
Okay. -3. -3. Okay, now Gargamond.
Alright, Gargamond comes on up, comes to the top of the stairs, and he takes a swing at the creature that's his size.
Okay. You do have a slight disadvantage in that you're on lower ground.
I am still, despite my size.
Yep.
Okay.
You know, that's a really good point. No.
Oh, okay. Roll that again. Third's the charm. There it is, the charm.
All right, so the Shanpachan is shieldless. Oh, why did I not put huge on the character sheet? All right, the Shanpachan is definitely shieldless, and you managed to confirm crit it for 38 damage with your axe. -38. Karenglor.
Alright, Karenglor is going to come. Five. 6. He is going to try to finish off the one that Tenzi's fighting, hopefully. From lower ground. Blade singing and Ryder.
You don't have to
Yes.
roll. You don't have to roll lower ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot we kind of changed the rules for lower ground where the enemy has to be over your head for you to get the penalty.
Okay.
So sorry about that, Tenzi. You still hit him though, so.
Exactly.
All right. So looks like you hit the one in front of Tenzi, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is shieldless. Looks like you rolled a natural 20. It's a large creature, so it takes 23 damage. From your blade singing sword, -23.
Oh.
Anatar.
Alright, Anatar is going to fly over.
Anatar is invisible, so if the enemy doesn't see him, he gets a +4 to hit.
Yep. And he is going to go for the same enemy.
Okay.
Does the enemy see him?
That's what I'm checking right now. No.
Okay. And he is going to gain whatever height he needs to get above the thing. So I guess he needs to gain another square higher. Move camera for a second. Yeah, but we'll do that.
So that Yan T is standing 10 feet above the water, and it itself is probably, 8 feet tall, something like that.
Okay. Well, he moved
That's a
vertically 6
large
squares, so
creature.
I guess, yeah. I guess he needs to be at like 25 feet, I guess.
Probably 20, because he
Okay.
wouldn't be able to reach at 25.
Alright, so he needs to gain 2 height as well. No problem.
All right, it is definitely shieldless. Looks like you rolled a confirmed crit, causing 23 damage. Killing it. Go ahead and describe.
So it's last one with the pole. So it's like holding the pole in front of him, like toward Tenzi to try to block whatever he was doing unsuccessfully. And so as his arms are cut out, like Anatar's sword, invisibly, like he just flashes through his arms and they fall down. And for a second, he just looks at Tenzi, and then he splurts all over. His gums.
Tenzi looks over at Karen and goes, "Good job."
I have studied very hard.
Let's take a real quick, 3-minute break. Just real quick. Something just happened. Be right back. All right, sorry about that. I just noticed my dog was out of water. That's like one of my pet peeves is when pets don't have like something to nibble on or drink. That's
Why do they need it?
yeah. Okay.
For sure.
All right. So yep, we just put down that abomination. Next up is Ryer.
All right. Then let's see. Hmm. Yeah, he'll come through Gargamon's legs, and he'll try to poke at the Shampachan.
All right. The Shanpachan will turn to face.
Come
Oh.
on.
Just barely missed by 2. What was that roll?
Not great.
A 4.
4.
Gotta roll 6 or higher to hit Sean Pachans. Alright. So the Sean Pachan was using psionics, and that has been more than fizzled. All 4 heads were using psionics. So I probably should have planned ahead a little better. Musashi.
You hear Musashi do his Kiai shout, and he moves forward up to the Shampashan.
I watched a video this week of these guys in Japan that do horse archery. Like there's still horse archery schools in Japan, and with every shot they yell "Kiai." That's pretty cool. Let's slice this bad boy up. Or bad girl. It's laying eggs. Alright, a shieldless. Negative 12 beats AC 4, and you cause 15 damage to the Shanpachan. Killing it.
Follow with the Wakizashi.
Killing it. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Oh, geez. He kind of yells and comes up and just with all his might swings her into that protruding belly, and stuff just starts spewing out. And then he turns and swings at this Yanti with his Wakizashi.
All right. Excuse my coughing. Alright, it is shieldless. You managed to confirm crit it. Negative 22 versus AC 4. It's a large creature, so you cause 28 damage. It's 28. The monks kind of do like a childlike peek, out the door, and kind of step back in. Just like so. And then they duck back in. They're kind of timid right now. Varen. Are you there, Amber?
I'm so sorry. My husband woke up. I was distracted. Varen. Okay, yes. I'm in 1, 2, 7, 8.
All right. So you managed to. It is shieldless. -8 beats AC 4, and you cause 18 damage, killing it. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Yeah, so he comes up, kind of shoulders past Karen Glor, and he takes Alabaster and like arcs a giant swing, takes him like right across his chest, and so there's just a deep gash, and he falls to the ground.
All right. Asher.
Asher. Yeah, she can't really see what's going on, so she's going to Featherfoot into the area. Jump to. At 7, she can assess that, like, the only enemy that's available is outside of... Oh no, because she can Featherfoot longer.
Yeah. Like 18.
11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, yeah, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. She won't get a backstab, but if it doesn't know she's there, and presumably it doesn't, she's going to try for a 4 attack.
Yeah. Elementals are really stupid. So they don't ever see through invisibility. And you know, you didn't fail any stealth, so you get your attack at +4.
For a strong 8.
So you are barely able to hit with a 2. Wow.
It's kind of far away.
Yeah. It is a big creature, so you do 8 damage. Alright, the Kidate Chunin is gonna sneak. And one of the gaining, who failed at hiding, is going to appear to sneak. Ashriel.
Asriel, well, happy to see all the evil destroyed. He's a little disappointed he didn't get the help, but he does see the water elemental, so he will fly over there.
Aw, I didn't get to kill anything.
Actually, I'm going to have him be 20 feet up. You can be right on top of him, maybe?
Yeah, yep. I'll move you down there. And then one more square and you'll be right on top of them. And being on top is the shieldless flank when you attack. I guess you could have gone around so you didn't go through his threatened squares.
Yeah, you mean like
Or you could have
fly down to here, right?
yeah,
Fly
or
down here,
yeah,
down there.
or you could have flown higher and then descended on top of him.
Yeah.
Flown high out of his reach, and then come straight down over him.
Actually, even if he went through a threatened square until he attacks him, he wouldn't be able to touch him with his protection from evil, right?
Oh, that's true. Yep.
Oh my God, he rolls a 1 after all.
Oh no.
No, it's flank. No, it's a flank.
It's a
right?
shieldless
Shieldless
flank.
Yeah,
right?
shieldless flank.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
0 versus AC2.
Ooh, yes.
Yep, that's right. So yep, you hit with a 6, and you do 7 damage with your Nodachi.
Yep, and that'll be it. He'll save his 2 attack for next time if necessary.
Okay, Bombosa.
Alright, Bombosa is also going to try to Featherfoot. Alright, so... There we go. Alright, so if... his stealth was good, he's gonna make an attack at +4. Plus the 1 for Ryer.
Yep. Okay, shieldless -9 beats AC2. You cause 6 damage. With your Darnden +2. Which is just basically a broadsword.
Yeah.
Next we have Brian Druid. Is Brian Druid thirsty?
Yeah.
Because he's about to bite the water elemental. I believe Brian Druid can also breathe water.
Wow. He is going to briefly step into Asher and Bombosa squares. Just like careful not to step on the little ones.
Yeah.
And no, he can breathe water. I'll look that up momentarily. So let's see. +1 for Ryer, +1 for Hero's Feast, and that is 8 times 0.9 for damage. And he will step back and take an attack of opportunity if the thing lives.
Oh. So it is shieldless, -1 beats AC2. You cause 39 damage, and it does survive. And Brian Druid is out of Stone Skin charges.
Okay.
So it makes an attack to Brian Druid's back. Yeah, shorter melee, same elevation. It's not evil. Yeah, no mods, just straight through. Negative 11 beats AC1. Brian Druid takes 14 damage from the huge wave-like arm bashing against him. And next up is one of the Panlong dragons, Yuan. One is named Yuan, and the other is named Hang. He is going to jog. And despite jogging, he can only get about 19 squares in because the T-Rex is kind of blocking the door. Airdrin.
Airdrin also Featherfoots his way in. But he sees nothing left with a back. And he does not have the tools for this elemental, so he will Featherfoot just to where the Pan Shun died, and that's all for him.
Okay. Next up is Shandrak.
Shandrak will Featherfoot. Let's see. So it looks like there's one little space that... Am I able to stand here? Like, there's a little bit of ledge.
You'll go off the edge into the water.
I would? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not quite enough.
Which I believe is okay for you because aren't you high enough level to run across the water when you Featherfoot?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah. You gotta be really high level to do that.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll just end up next to Brian Druid. Yeah. I'm on that square next to the egg.
Next up is the water elemental. It is going to. I guess it would be annoyed at having someone fly over it. It'd be like shoo, fly, shoo, you know? So it's going to take a swipe at Ashriel from
I'm not sure if
lower.
I have any stones. I'm
Any
not sure if I have any
stone
stone skin.
I'll check. Nope.
Have at me then.
So this is directly over his head, so that's definitely lower ground. So shorter melee, lower ground, and it's not evil, so no mods to hit, and then no mods to damage. It's not cursed or anything, or anti-blessed or anti-prayered. So this is from directly below, which would be shieldless flank. -3 versus AC -6 is a miss. With a 7 on the die? No, a 10. A 10 on the die. Wow. Jim.
Jim rushes in with his club above his head and kind of like spins in a circle and doesn't see anything that's clubbable, and then just like lowers it.
Clubbable but splashy.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna stop there and wait, or?
Yeah, he's stopping there.
Alright, so Hang is gonna move up behind Yuan. When I was in the engineers and the army, my roommate, when I got back from Afghanistan, his middle name was Hang.
I feel like I've known a Hang. I can't remember where.
Tenzi. I'm guessing that's from a different map, maybe? Because it's not a multiple attack. Are you able to see that?
Oh, that's
on the
that's because
turn?
I had to re-roll. I re-rolled the Crown of Cold to get the damage.
Right, but I didn't.
So that it changed my
I didn't-
changed my initiative.
I didn't reorder the turn order tracker though, so
Right. This
it
my
would have
first
been
attack
10.
was like 1.
Oh,
This
gotcha.
101.
Okay. Yeah. Right, because
And then
the Panlung Dragon was on 21. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So this would be 100 and something.
801. I don't think I've ever tried silver weapons on Elemental, so he's going to try. He's going to come up. He's going to go into Mombasa Square and try to use the silver size on the water Elemental. Do I need to bother rolling?
Let's see. Nope. They are not susceptible to silver. So
Okay. So he'll.
you bash it with your sai, and water splashes, leaving sort of like a wound that just is replaced by other water.
And then I'll step back and he'll get an attack of opportunity.
Oh, because you
But
had
he
to
will
step
miss.
into. Yeah, because
but he will
your cloak of displacement causes it to miss automatically. Gargamond. So the water elemental strikes down at Tenzi with its wave-like arm, splashing the ground, and the image of Tenzi disappears just as he touches it, and it appears as though Tenzi moves over like a couple of feet out of the way, like a speedster or something from like DC Comics, kind of like that, or from the new Dune 2 movie when they have their shields on and they're all blinky,
yeah, like that.
Yeah, like there's an image of them. So next up is Gargamond, who has reach, definitely has reach, with a -2 for attacking through occupied squares. And it's not that they're friendly squares, it's just that they're occupied. So you'd be able to attack through even hostile squares if you wanted to reach like, a wizard in the back or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah. So anytime you attack through an occupied square, it's a -2 to hit. So it is shieldless, and you get the flank. So -6 beats AC 2, and you cause 22. Yep, that was high mastery. Only one crit on that one. 22 damage, killing it. Go ahead and describe how you kill the water elemental with your halberd +5.
Alright, so Gargamon comes around and slicing, through over the head of Asher, going right beside Brian Druid, and right below Ashrael, and then just just this huge white plume just appears and smashes against the wall. And for good measure, Gargamon tries to stomp on the egg he's on.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it cracks and goes everywhere. Well, it doesn't crack, it pops, because they're like leathery eggs. And that will end combat. Okay. So these are multiples. And that means we're at the end of the round now. So -174. I'm gonna resort. So we got spells and time. And first up is the monks. So the monks come out from the hallway once they see that you guys have finished off the last of these monsters, and feeling very liberated by seeing you guys just slaughter the shit out of these things that have been keeping them captive since they were children. They let out a cheer. Did you guys hear that?
I heard like the first bit, and then it got cut off.
Okay. Weird. Was it too loud?
It wasn't very loud, but I don't know. It did kind of, it was peaking and then it disappeared. But it wasn't
Okay.
like scratchy or anything.
I'll have to see if it came up on the YouTube video. They all just kind of cheer you on as you finish off that last enemy and come out of hiding, and they all look ecstatic, like they have smiles on their faces, because, as you probably could imagine, after being held captive for so long, seeing the people or the creatures or whatever that have held you captive just get destroyed would make you pretty happy. So Varen. All right. So next up is Asher and company.
So yeah, Asher turns to the cheering and just gives like a queen wave. And
and they're like hopping up and down and
looks
stuff,
around
excitedly.
yeah. So yeah, she says, yeah, we're hopefully getting close to clearing this place out. This is a really big place. And then she like turns around and sees how fucked up Brian Druid looks. And she like strokes his neck and is like, I'm so sorry, friend. We'll get you some rest and some help soon. And Brian Druid like shakes his head, like a dog, and is like, I can go on. And she kind of gives him a smile that looks a little bit like a grimace, like uh-huh. And then she sees a door behind him and says, well, I'm gonna check this door. And she is going to walk across and listen at this door.
Okay. All right. On the other side of this door, you can hear the flickering of many, many campfire-sized flames. And as you are leaning against the door, you smell the air coming out from in between the boards of the door, and it smells smoky.
Asher says, I hear fires. I don't hear anything alive. Unless they're made of fire. I guess it's possible. And she says, so whenever we're ready, I guess we can check it out. And she's gonna step back. She should have enough movement to get behind this pillar. And she'll hide in shadows there.
Okay.
Bomosa looks at the elemental that like he was just face to face with, and just kind of like wipes his brow, like whew. He is going to come up and attempt to hide behind this column. rest of our people are just gonna kind of fall in a little bit. And that'll be all.
All right, the Kidate are going to stay put. And next up is Tenzi and company.
Through will cancel the current clairvoyance and cast a new one 10 feet beyond the other door, and then he's going to fly up to the bottom of the.
Okay.
I'd like to move like right there.
Okay. So on the other side of the door, you can see that the hallway is very wide. It is wider than, like, the other side of the hallway is hallway or room or whatever this is. It kind of goes out of the infravision of your spell, but it is lit by fires. You can see these fires with your clairvoyance spell. Let's see, miscellaneous tokens. There we go. Okay. So each of these fires is in a not a, I guess sconce isn't really the right word, because it's a little nook carved into the wall. And you can see that this hallway is really long, and it's lined with these wood fires. And it goes on and on. Further and further. So I hope you're zoomed out far enough where you can see this. And you can see hallways protruding from this hallway. Whoops. And then at the end, is a door. Really big door, 20 feet wide. Right here.
Yep. Okay, I just got it. So Ashriel will say, "My children, the hallway is long and clear, but based on our experience, this could be very full of traps. I urge caution." And then I'm just going to have the other Tenzi and Musashi will move to the bottom of the stairs next to him, and that'll be it for him.
Okay. Let's see, the dragons are going to stay put. Next up is Shandrak and company.
So Young is actually stuck right there. Can you help me nudge him forward so he
Yep.
can walk down the hall?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
And they, when they redid the dynamic lighting, supposedly they gave, you know, all the tokens like a hitbox that detected collisions with dynamic lighting walls, but for some reason they don't work very well. Like Yong's hitbox, for example,
Mm-hmm.
is right here, and it's about the size of one square, like right in the middle of his body, right here. But for some reason, like that doesn't even have to touch anything, and he will get stuck. It's like like they didn't change anything.
Even that's not really a hitbox, is it? Then come on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So Gargamond will take a moment and try to close his mind, and looks like he's able to do that.
Yeah, paralyzation. Yep. So he closes his mind. So he's like, oh, or oh, moo. And moo. Oh, moo. Yeah. And closes his third eye.
And seeing everybody pretty lined up, Shandrak will come up to the hall, to the door of the hall, sneaking his way there, and then open the door.
And he can see a very long hallway lined with fires on both sides. The air in here is smoky. Like as soon as you open the door, there's like a waft of the smell of wood smoke that comes into the circular room that you're in, and it's warm air. The ambient temperature, because it's you know, kind of like a warmer part of the year. Well, it's September 22nd. So it's fall, but I mean, it's not like snowing outside. So in the dungeon, it's probably like, you know, 50, 60 degrees. But this room, because it's got so many wood fires, there's like a draft of 70-degree air that hits you that smells maybe pleasantly or unpleasantly. It's kind of your choice of you know, wood smoke. I don't know how Shandrak feels about wood fires, but you can see that there's you know, many of these fires, and then at the end of the hallway, the whole hallway is lit by these fires. At the end of the hallway, there's a really big door, and there are a couple other hallways that branch off from this one to the right. The first one being about 30 feet in front of you.
All right. Yeah, I'll have Gargamond and Ryer step their way into the room. And yeah, that'll be all for me.
Okay. That's the end of round, and we'll take our first real break. You know, 5-minute break. We've been playing for about 90 minutes. Well, an hour since our last break, pretty much. So we'll take 5 minutes, and for our viewers, I have 3 minutes of pre-roll ads, and then we'll come back 2 minutes after the pre-roll ads are over. Starting now.
I'm back.
I am back as well.
And we're back. Right at that 58-minute mark. Okay. Did I hear someone say my name? Someone say Josh?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Let's see. We had 2 abominations. Abominations are worth 9,000. Three-player characters. We have let's see. Solynod Hex. Chat archive. And show on one page. On group. Okay. There were 10 NPCs, 7 warriors, and bards. So number of NPCs is 10. Number of creatures defeated was 2. And the abominations have 9 hit dice. And then we have 7 warriors and bards in the party. And there was a water elemental, 16 hit dice, 10,000 experience. One water, 16. 10,000 points. 3-player characters. 10 NPCs. One creature defeated. 16 hit dice. 7 warriors and bards. And 1 Shan Pachan. Level 10, 12,000 points. So 1 Shan. 12,000. 3-player characters. 10 NPCs. 1 creature defeated. 10 hit dice. 7 warriors and bards. All right. So top of the round, we got spells, and time now is 3:04 a.m. September 22nd, 11:85. And first up should be the monks, I think. They're just gonna stay put. Ryer's rally will end at the end of this round. And next up is Asher.
Well, seeing nothing stabbable at this time, she is going to pop out of hiding. She will come. She feels a little bit comfortable following in Ryer's footsteps. He seems to have triggered anything yet. So she's going to step immediately in front of Ryer and check the 10 feet in front of her for traps.
Okay. Okay. She finds none.
Okay. Bosa will catch wise of what she's trying to do and will walk in her path. And she shows him how far she checked. He will step there. Turn him around. And he will check the 10 feet immediately in front of him.
He finds none.
Alright, and everybody more or less thinking that path is probably okay. You start filing in that direction. And he says to this point, and he like signals 10 feet in front of him. I believe this path, and he motions like directly in a vertical line of where he's walking, appears to be safe. I get to the wrong accent, but this is why I'm not an actor. Alright, that'll be it.
Okay. The Kidate are going to stay put, and next up is Tenzi and Company.
That's where we'll fly down to 10 feet so we can get through the doorway, then go back up to 15. Is the hallway tall enough for him to get up to that height?
Yeah, the hallway is 15 feet high.
Then he'll go to 10, since he's... And then he will fly up to here. He'll turn down the hallway to the east and do detect snares and pits.
Let's see. So is he gonna refresh? He's just gonna overwrite the one he has already, because I think he has.
No, he's just using that one unless he has to refresh it.
Oh, okay. And its range is what, 90 feet? Oh,
30
to the
feet.
to the circle. Okay, that's right. Yeah, he doesn't detect any.
Okay. Tenji knows that that doesn't necessarily mean it's safe, but he will walk up to where Ashriel is, and Musashi will follow Tenzi. We'll stop there. We can cancel the other clairvoyance.
You should be able to delete it if you can select it. I think there are characters on top of it, so I can't really get to it right now.
I got it.
And Tinsy, I think, has the infravision that is showing this hallway off to the right. Has a door at the end. He can see it with his infravision because the light from the fire doesn't extend all the way down the hall. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Nope, that'll be it.
All right. The dragons are gonna catch up. Kind of. And Shandrak and company.
So Erdrin will move silently into the room, feather footing down the hall. And then Shandrak will also featherfoot, but he will head down the hall to the right. And he'll try to listen at this door.
Okay. All right. On the other side of this door, you can hear Adrian men whispering to each other, saying, "Try not to make noise."
Oh, okay.
If we are detected, there may be wandering monsters.
Okay. Yeah, Shandrak is going to, first he'll just break silence just to, turn down the hall. And, he'll say down the hall to, at least a few people, like Tenzi and, Musashi. Like, it sounds like there's some more Adrian people here. Maybe prisoners, maybe adventurers, but it sounds like, sound like they could be in danger. And I will try to open the door.
All right. Immediately inside, you do find a group of adventurers. It looks like 2 samurai. And they have Nozira Chunin with them. Nozira Chunin. Let's see. One samurai looks like this. It's a woman. And the other one looks like this. It's also a woman. And then it appears the Chunin, or the Nozira Chunin is the one that was talking, because he's saying shh, shh, just as you open the door. And then there's a guy who is obviously a monk. Gal, sorry, who is obviously a monk. And then two Wu Jen are with them. One very old man and young man, I guess. The old man looks like this. And they just kind of, see you open the door, and this female samurai kind of looks over and sees you there and says,
"Oh, hello."
Oh, hi. Sorry. I was just heard your conversation. You were saying something about monsters, so I assumed you'd be friendly people. I'm Chandrak from the Order of the Superior Star. We've been clearing this temple of Yuan-Tis and monstrosities. Who are you people?
I am Fukushada Kojatsu. And these are my friends. We are here to infiltrate this dungeon and reap its rewards. This is my partner, Nakahumi Rumo. We have spent the last few days in here and have slain many monsters.
Really? You must have taken your sweet time. There was a whole bunch of nasties in the right wing that yeah, I don't think you saw any of those guys.
Oh. Well, it has been several hours since we have been in this room. We are taking a rest.
Oh yeah. We're still trudging on from our last rest. Have you explored anything past these further rooms?
No, but we have reason to believe this is the reaving area for some more Yon tea. We have already slain many. Do you have anything for trade, by the way?
Trade? Well, it depends what sorts of things you'd like to trade. I certainly have money if you're willing to, if you were looking to sell things.
Well, we have this rope of climbing that is not of any use in this dungeon so far that we would be willing to part with.
Oh. Trading a magical item. Well, I've got a bunch of friends back here in the hallway. You should meet them. Some of them might be interested in that.
Oh, very interesting. You have friends with you. I see. Oh, you have an angel with you.
Yeah, that's Ashrael.
I have never seen an angel before. So fascinating.
He's pretty impressive. And he's a good friend, too.
And end of round. So, you can remove the rally symbols from everyone. The monks come into this little round room. And next up is Asher.
Ash, I think, can hear that conversation from where she is. Yeah, it's not very far. So she steps forward and looks to where Shandrak is having this conversation. You said they look like Nozira Ninja. As a player, I'm trying to remember if those are the ones that we fought at the archaeological complex. I don't recall. She kind of looks over her shoulder. Does Ashrael look bothered?
No.
No, but Tenzi is a little bit bothered.
Okay. She turns to Tenzi and keeps her voice low and says, What do you think?
The Nozira Ninja Clan was supposedly hired to do the assassination of Lucius, the avatar of Lucius. They may
Sure.
be not necessarily evil, but they can be hired to do unsavory things.
Asher nods and says, yeah, that's an excellent point. And she turns back and kind of eyes them warily and says, I have no reason to trust you, but I also have no quarrel with you at this time. Don't give me a reason to.
So the female samurai in front, she she kind of looks you up and down, like she's trying to assess your, I don't know, combat prowess, and then just kind of looks back to Shandrak and smiles. She doesn't even say anything to you.
Asher rolls her eyes and says, she's like, well, I'm gonna keep looking ahead. She is going to. She's going to take another step and then check the 10 feet in front of her for traps.
Okay. And you don't find any.
And Bombosa, she motions to Bombosa where to step. And he's going to stop there and check the 10 feet in front of him for traps.
And Kojatsu just says,
Don't worry about this way. We have already cleared out the Yanti who live here. This is a safe place to rest if you like.
Asher looks at him and cocks an eyebrow.
it's a her. It's a girl.
Looks at her and like cocks an eyebrow. This Alright, well, thank you for that input. But she does not seem convinced. Like, nobody's people.
And you said Bombosa checks for traps.
Yeah.
And no traps.
People will fall in a little bit more. And that'll be it.
Okay. The tuning, or sorry, the Kidate stay put, and next up is Tenzi.
Tenzi would move up next to Shandrak. And ask the samurai, what entrance did you use to get in here?
As far as I know, there is only one entrance to the water temple. Did you find another?
No, and as far as I know, there is only one as well. And there's no way you could have traveled here without seeing some of the things that we did.
Yes, we have seen many dead bodies. Was that all because of you?
You could not have traversed the previous chamber if you had been here for hours.
Why
so
not?
I ask you again.
The previous chamber was clear when we walked through. There were merely just some eggs there that we left alone. Are you implying you had trouble in the previous chamber?
We did not have any trouble, but I assume you would have.
We had no trouble. There was a raised area with stairs leading up to some eggs, and then on the other side a door that we closed behind us.
Then we're going to go and stand next to Mombasa. Asher will fly up to near Mombasa and do detect snares and pits down the hallway to the north.
You're pretty fortunate if you missed the 5-headed Yuan Ti.
Oh, those are called Shan Pachan. We have slain them before, but not for some time.
You were fortunate.
The last time we did, we lost our shield bearers and spearmen. My compatriot Rumo was mentally controlled for a time, and she slew them. Unfortunately.
And this female, oh yeah, there's we got torches here. But by the torchlight, you can see her kind of countenance drop. Her smile goes away, and she kind of bows her head and nods. They've got torches mounted on these pillars. And you can also see there are sleeping bags, or bedrolls. Let's see, miscellaneous tokens, and camping objects. Kind of up against the wall there. And up above. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Musashi will move up to the samurai and look her over.
Alright, so she's wearing the split male Oyori. She has Kote. And Katana, Wakizashi, and Daikyu. She has a rather high quality looking rope tied around her waist. Like a, your standard, what is it, 30-foot rope or whatever. But it's woven from what looks like some kind of beautiful silky animal hair, I think. Find rope of climbing. It's a 60-foot long rope. No thicker than a slender wand, so it's real thin. Yeah, beautifully crafted. And she said that it was a rope of climbing before. So it's probably wound around her body, many times. Mostly around her waist and shoulder. And then between her and this other female samurai behind her, there is there's a ring, the typical, gold band that she's wearing. The ninja looks like he's wearing some really high quality leather armor. And Kojatsu, the female samurai in front, has 4 really high quality looking arrows in her quiver. One of the old man, Wu Jin, is holding a small figurine in his hand that looks like a serpentine owl. This other one is wearing a really high quality looking brooch, this other Wu Jin. And that's pretty much it as far as their equipment. Everything else looks pretty standard.
Musashi bows to the samurai and asks if she is in service to the Nojira clan, or has she employed this ninja to work with her.
Oh, unfortunately, I am Ronin. This ninja is my henchman.
Oh, I put the wrong ninja down. It is a Nozira ninja, but it's not a tuning. It's a gaining. Sorry. Gaining. So not this guy, but this guy.
That would be all for us.
And he definitely is wearing red, like the Nozira. He looks pretty young, though. I mean, maybe 17, 18 years old. Let's see. The dragons are going to stay put for now. And next up is Shandrak.
Okay. Yeah. So Chandra. He'll say, "Hey, Ryer, come over here for a second." Call him over. And I ask Ryer, "Hey, let me see that. Let me see that wand we found." And Ryer gets his backpack and opens up and finds the wand with what was the inscription? The wand with a stone with a hole like rubbed through it. And Chandrak points to that wand, and he says, "Now, we haven't fully identified what this wand is, but I do know that it's magic, and owing to the design of the wand, I believe it has something to do with either finding things, or perhaps detecting magic, or finding something else. And I have not identified this, but it is a magical item. Would you be willing to trade your rope of climbing for it?"
Which treasure hoard did you get that from?
That was. What was it from? I wrote down Dragon Prison Abomination Treasure, left side.
Okay.
Chandra kind of whispers toward Ryer, I'll bet you'll like that rope better than whatever that wand is."
Asher says over his shoulder, "I can teach you to climb." Tim says, "She's not as good a climbing teacher as she thinks she is." Hey.
It's actually right side.
Oh, okay.
So all your notes were correct except it's right side.
Okay.
Okay.
So Chandrak will point out that wand to him and say, describe all that. We haven't fully identified it, but it's certainly magic. And I think it has something to do with finding things. So it's got a hole in it, you see? You can slip through it.
Um. She like looks at the wand and then the rope, and she says,
This is a very generous offer. I will accept gladly.
and she starts unraveling the rope from around her waist. And then you can see clearly it is 60 feet long, and it's like beautifully woven from some kind of silky animal hair. Like it's not hemp, and it's definitely not silk per se, but it is silky. And she hands it to you. And you can see that it's very light. Like it's a 60-foot rope, but it only weighs 3 pounds. When she hands it to you, it's surprisingly light. Like I think that's even lighter. I think that's even lighter than a silk rope. That's 60 feet long, if I'm not mistaken. I think silk ropes that are 60 feet are like 10, 15 pounds, something like that, and a hemp rope is like 35 pounds or something like that. That's for a 60-foot long rope. Oh no, those ones are 30 feet, aren't they?
I think 50.
I think when you buy 50-foot rope. Let's see, player's handbook. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're sold in 50-foot increments. Money and equipment lists, and miscellaneous. Yeah, rope. Hemp hemp rope per 50 feet is 20 pounds, and then silk is 8. And this is a 60-foot rope, and it weighs 3 pounds. So something is up about this rope. Like, it's definitely not your normal, hemp or silk. And she says,
Please enjoy this rope of climbing. Upon command, the rope will snake forward, upward, downward, or any direction at 10 feet per minute and attach itself securely wherever desired. It will return or unfasten itself in similar manner. A rope of climbing can also be commanded to knot itself. This causes large knots to appear at 1-foot intervals along the rope. Knotting shortens the rope to a 50-foot length until the knots are untied. One end of the rope must be held by somebody when its magic is invoked.
Shandrak will
and she
take the
she tells you what the magic word is to use it, but
Yeah.
you don't have to record it. It's just you use the rope.
And Shandrak will thank her very much. And,
Please test it if you like. It does not take charges.
Shandrak will hold the rope out and command it to go toward the ceiling.
Yeah, it goes. Well, you're about 5 foot-ish something, so yeah, it goes all the way to the ceiling and attaches itself to like the top of the door frame somehow. Like we'll say there's like a little decoration jutting out from the door frame, and it like secures itself around that.
I give it before I give the magic word, I give it a good tug while it's attached.
It feels pretty solid.
I give it the magic word to detach.
And it does. And she says,
It is strong enough to support 3,000 pounds.
Jesus.
All right, this is good rope.
and you can see that it is no thicker than a slender wand. And then she holds out her hand for the wand that you offered her. And she says, she says,
My Wujen henchman can use this. We will find out what it is. Don't worry.
Be careful. Might want to stand back when they try it.
Oh, of course. Whenever Wujen uses the identify spell, we always make sure to stand back. Just in case. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
And Shandrak will pass her the wand.
And she takes the wand and comes over to this younger looking Wu Jen and gives it to him.
Well, thank you for your business. I won't interrupt your rest any more than I already have. Have a good rest.
And she says,
Oh, it is quite alright. You can join us if you like. We just were switching guard shifts, and some of us were going to eat something.
Perhaps, but have a good. Be safe out there. And Shandrak will close the door.
Well, Musashi will put his foot in. He does. So the door doesn't close.
Okay. Shandrak will look over at Musashi and be like, "Alright, no problem." And we'll pat Musashi's shoulder, and Shandrak will make his way back down to the hall.
and you can see the two Wu Jen kind of come over here and like lay down. And so does the monk upstairs. She lays down right there. And end of round. Just gonna sort again. Spells in time. And the monks are going to stay put. Next up is Asher and company.
Asher, observes this trade and sees Musashi stick his foot in, kind of halts her progress in interest to see what this is about. And yeah, she's just going to kind of turn and watch what Musashi's about to do. Just kind of back him up.
Okay. The Kirite are going to stay put for now. Next up is Tenzi.
because the Noziric clan was responsible for the assassination of Lucius, does Musashi hold a grudge versus them, or feel that there's a debt that needs to be paid?
That's completely up to you. It's your character. The way you feel about things is out of my control. It's under your control.
So Musashi will step into the room and point to the Nojira clan ninja and say, I feel your clan owes me a debt.
And he looks at Musashi with this like confused look on his face, and then kind of turns his head to the side, looking at him across the bridge of his nose, and he says,
What do you mean?
Members of your clan were hired to assassinate the avatar of Lucius. If you are of that clan, then you bear the guilt of that action.
I personally don't know what you're talking about, but that could be true. However, that was long before my time.
Oh, you do not want to defend your clan's honor?
I think your notion of honor and mine are two different things.
With that, we agree. And he slowly pulls out his katana.
and you can see the Nozira gaining is like fingering his ninja toe.
And he asks if he would fight for the honor of his clan against me, myself.
And he says,
I have no way of defending myself from a warrior such as you. It would not be a fair fight.
Then Musashi turns to the samurai who said that is his henchman and says, will you then fight on his behalf?
she says,
You're asking me to duel you for the honor of his ninja clan?
Yes.
I don't care about the honor of his ninja clan. That has nothing to do with me. Why would I want to duel you over that?
and she kind of giggles a little bit. Like it's kind of a ridiculous request.
He pulls out his wakizashi and steps towards the ninja.
Okay. Whoops.
Asher looks over her shoulder at Tenzi to see the expression on his face. Well, actually, I can't see his face. see his body language.
He's standing there, a little tense, but as long as it's one-on-one, he's not going to interfere. He's going to let Musashi do what he thinks is right.
Just turns back to the fight.
Okay. So the two samurai, they draw their swords as well. They don't advance towards you. But the the ninja, he draws his ninja toe. None of them advance towards you. But they take like a defensive fighting stance.
So if I move towards a ninja, I guess Musashi might be a little concerned that he would get attacked from the rear. So he'll step, kind of take a diagonal away so he can face, kind of step backwards so he can still face this samurai. And then if nothing happens, then he'll continue towards the ninja.
Nothing does happen, but Kojatsu says,
Move no closer to my henchman, or we will cut you down.
Musashi looks at her and steely eyes and says, "You may try."
Does Musashi attack? Okay, you do move closer. Okay. Yep. They attack you. So go ahead and roll initiative. And
so for everyone else, we hear the sound of multiple blades being drawn now.
yeah. Yeah. And the two Wu Gen begin casting spells even though they're laying down. And the monk starts to stand up. And before we start, let's take a 5-minute break. You guys can roll initiative if you want to. And we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Sorry.
No, you gotta play your character. I shouldn't trust these people anyway.
It's just that assassination made his life, or when he started.
Absolutely. He was higher on the food chain. Maybe there'd be some possibility of, a bargain to try to keep just safe going forward. But I don't think he's got that kind of clout.
Right. If he would have said something about it, then we could have had a discussion. He could have directed us to the real assassin, which is what I was hoping for.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right. Is anyone still rolling?
I need a second.
Go ahead, Quincy.
Need a second for Musashi and Ashriel.
Okay.
Yeah, multi attacks.
Musashi. Here's one for Karenglor.
Thank you.
2 more for Varen.
Baron and Anatar casting.
Okay. You can just leave him 0 then. Here's one for Ashriel. And then does Tenzi need more?
No, he's casting.
Okay. Does anyone else need more?
One for Gargamond.
Gargamond. There's one more for Gargamond. So it looks like the old man Wu Jen is doing something with that figurine that he was holding in his hand. And then this one right here, he looks like he's casting a spell. The young one, young Wu Jen. And this monk, she looks like she's like getting ready to stand up, maybe. And then the 2 samurai, Kojatsu and Rumo, they both draw their swords and shout "Kiai!" Both swords, like they're using the katana wakizashi style, local style. And then this Nozira Gainin, he like draws his, ninja toe. Okay, is anyone still rolling? Alright, here we go. So we got Jim's locate object spell. Minus 170. And spells in time.
Oh, is Rally gone? It looks like it's positive
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gone. First up is... Oh, Tenzi's Crown of Cold will end at the end of the round. Looks like Karen Glor is up first. Wait, is that the end of the round? No, that's the end of next round. Sorry.
Six. So he will attack Samurai right here at the door.
She will turn to face. Kind of
This one
that
from
way.
Blade singing.
Let's see. -10 beats her AC of 3. You cause 13 damage to her with your longsword plus 5. Okay, so this Wu Jen, the younger one, vanishes.
Ooh.
Next up is Shandrak.
Shandrak also vanishes, hiding behind giant Gargamond.
Okay. And next up is Gargamon.
Argamon will come on up. And he'll stay by Ryer and attack through Karanglor to hit this samurai.
Okay. -2. Man, I love NPC parties. Okay, -6 beats her AC of 3. Yeah, she's wearing the Splint Mail Oyori, which is AC 4, and she's got Kote. So yeah, that's AC 3. Yeah, -6 beats AC 3. You cause 24 damage with your halberd +5. And next is Bombosa.
He is going to come behind Gargamon here and attempt to hide in shadows there.
Okay. Next is the monk. So the monk is prone. All right. She definitely uses the tumbling proficiency to roll out of bed off of this ledge and land on her feet.
Oh, nice.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah. And then she comes over to whoops. Comes over to there we go. Musashi. And she uses concentrated push. Well, actually, first she attacks him. Just with her hands. And he's facing to the right. Does he want to turn to face?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
He's gonna turn like this.
To face up or?
Yes, up.
Okay. So she goes to like punch him. And come on. So shorter melee, same elevation, no mod. No mod. AC 6 versus -4 is a miss. And then she goes to use Great Throw. Shorter melee, same elevation. No mod. And he's wearing... He's wearing Splint, right?
I don't remember how quick.
I think he's wearing like
Yes.
Splint +2 or something like that.
Splint +2 exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And he's wearing, or he's using a medium weapon, I think. And no damage roll modifier. Ooh, AC 16 is a bad miss. Yeah. So she misses both times. The gaining is going to withdraw. Over here. And next up is... Go ahead.
Musashi says, "Coward, just like all of your clan."
And he
Tell him.
responds with...
I told you, your code of honor is different than mine.
And next up is Anatar.
Okay, so Anatar is going to turn. What she can do, because he's got all turn radius he could hope for. He's going to fly. He's innately casting, so he can fly up to 16 and still cast. That's 6. He wants to pass the samurai. How tall is the door? 15?
15 feet.
Okay. So he'll gain 1 altitude.
You can squeeze through at the top, over her, like
Yeah.
out of her reach, because she can only reach up to like 10 feet.
Awesome. So he's gonna do that. 8. And which ones look like they're casting? This one and this one?
None of them anymore. This one
Oh.
is holding. He looks like he's using a magic item.
Okay.
This is the ninja.
Okay.
And then this is a samurai right here. And then this is the monk. And it looks like she's got the same like back muscles and bony structure as the other monks that you rescued.
Okay.
And she's
So
using
he's
this
going
really
to-
weird fighting style.
10 gets him there, and then he's actually going to descend to 5 feet so that he can make sure to get him. That'll be 12 movement. And he is going to cast Color Spray.
Okay. You can also... What level is Anatar?
9 for the purposes of this spell.
You can also roll a saving throw versus spell if you like.
Okay. Same.
Wait a minute. Why... Oh, okay, you're mage 11. Okay. I'm like, why doesn't... Okay. You can see the outline of an invisible person laying down on this bedroll.
Okay.
And then color spray, you said?
Yes.
Is that innate?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll the template so I can...
Okay.
Please.
I did... Oh yeah, I didn't earlier because I rolled an 8 initiative. Okay.
Thaco Tuesday says something doesn't sound right. Is that because my voice changer is on, or... Oh, Thaco Tuesday's probably talking about the NPC party. Okay. So 5 creatures in a 5 by 20 by 20 wedge. And you're facing straight to the northeast?
I think so. It's hard for me to picture geometry.
Okay, so it's a 5 by 20 by 20 wedge. So 5 feet wide, 20 feet long, and 20 feet high. Right?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
So it's a cone.
'Cause I thought it was small and
Or not-
wide, but you're
not
saying
a-
it's-
Not a cone, but a wedge. So it's like a triangle shooting straight out from that's 5 feet wide.
I think so. I'm trying to at least get these 3 squares.
So you're gonna have to come at it from a different angle if you want to get 3 squares.
Because it's
Like being on the opposite side over here would get those 3.
uh-huh.
Where you're at right now, you're facing
I
the
see
invisible
what
guy.
you're saying. Okay, so yeah. He will actually stay at 15 feet.
And then, of course, there's a pillar here.
Okay.
So you should always also take that into account. I mean, you could fly up onto the stairs and, you know, hit a bunch of people.
Okay. So that's 11. And yeah, he'll go on the stairs. 12.
So spell AoEs. So this is a 15-foot cone. I'll expand it to 20 feet
Thank you.
so you can see what I mean.
Yeah.
So wait. I'll expand it to 25 because it starts at 5 feet wide. Which pretty much means it starts in the back of your square. So
Okay.
that's what you would hit, but it's not a rounded cone, it's a wedge.
Mhm.
So that means it goes from, see, no snapping. So from the end of this arc to the end of this one. So that area.
Okay, so I've missed that last guy. Well, if he comes forward, then he'd get that guy. That's
Yeah, you wouldn't hit the monk, but you would get that samurai because half her square is
Yeah,
inside. And then
let's do it.
this this person right here is out of your line of sight completely
Oh, okay.
because there's a 10-foot drop.
So it,
This person you would
That's
get
fine.
because there's stairs. You can see about half his body. And then this person is like laying down pretty much at the end of the stairs, so you would get them, you know. And then this person is halfway inside, so you would get them. But this person is outside the AoE.
Alright, I'm gonna move him forward 5 feet so I can get that guy as well.
There you go. And then you also would get this samurai over here. What's her name?
Awesome. I
Kojatsu.
think he also needs to yeah,
And
he
you
also
get the
needs
monk.
to descend a little bit.
Say again?
I think he might need to descend a little bit. What's the Oh no, it's 20. That's fine. He's not 20. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. So color spray, there's saving throw special from 1 to 6 creatures within the area are affected in order of increasing distance from the wizard. All creatures above the level of the spellcaster and all those of 6th level or 6 hit dice or more are entitled to saving throw versus spell. Blind or unseen creatures are not affected by the spell. Creatures not allowed or failing saving throws and whose hit dice or levels are less than or equal to the spellcaster's level struck unconscious for 7 rounds. Those with hit dice or levels 1 or 2 greater than the wizard's level are blinded for 3 rounds. Those with hit dice or levels 3 or more greater than that, the spellcaster are stunned.
For the
Really
purposes
nice.
of this spell, Anatar should be treated as a level 9 caster.
Okay. So the Wujin gets a save. So anyone who passes is not affected at all?
Um,
Save
no.
versus spell. No modifier. Wizard wizard. Okay. So creatures not allowed or failing saving throws and those who dies are struck unconscious for 7 rounds. Okay, so this Wu Jen holding the Serpentine Owl figurine is struck unconscious. And I'm gonna call this Sleep 1. Okay. And then, so Samurai Rumo. Falls to the ground unconscious. And the monk is unaffected. And Kojatsu, the female samurai at the door, is unaffected as well. The monks outside are going to stay put. Kojatsu is going to attack Karanglor with her katana and Wakizashi. Let's see, high mastery. Just want to make sure she has the correct damage. Yeah, okay. So shorter melee, same elevation, +1 to hit for the style. And no damage roll modifier. So Karanglor is shieldless. She manages a confirmed crit, but only does 15 damage. Karanglor. And then she comes across again with her Wakizashi. Oh. That one's not high mastery. That's regular. Wakizashi. And she loudly yells "Ki!" with each blow.
Where winces.
Let's see, shorter melee, same elevation, +1 to hit. And no damage roll modifier. -2 beats AC -1. 10 damage to Karen Glor.
Someone please kill this woman. She is.
You attack my henchman!
And Ashriel.
Matter of some honor, I am not up on all of the details.
Ashwell will fly above Caringlor and attack this lady.
Okay, front turtle. Front turtle. Two versus AC 3 hits, and you cause 21 damage, dropping Kojatsu. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
As he flies around the corner, he sees Caringlor. He's badly wounded, so he flies up with a vengeance and just beheads her.
And blood goes everywhere!
And he will continue flying. He will continue flying forward. And just go to the first target he sees, which is the monk, and use the flaming greatsword.
Okay. That is -5 to hit.
So -5, you said?
Yeah, -5. And you do have higher ground, and it is a back attack. Yep, -4 beats AC 3. You cause 9 damage to the monk. And you could tell it's hard to cut through her back. Her back is really like hard compared to the rest of her body. Somehow it's more muscular and bony.
Should have went for the head. That's it for Ashriel.
Musashi.
Musashi looks over to the monk and says, "My quarrel is not with you, but I must defend myself." And he will attack.
You attack my friends! I must defeat you.
You will not.
So she's shieldless. Negative 11 beats AC 3. You cause 18 damage to the Kappa style monk.
Nope, I gotta re-roll that because I didn't do High Mastery.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Shieldless, negative 8 still hits. You cause 19 damage.
And now the Wakizashi.
She says,
Die in the name of Ushas!
negative 15 with a confirmed crit beats AC 3. You cause 15 damage, killing her. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
As she cries out, like just the Wakizashi slashes against her throat, and he says, "You have chosen bad companions."
And blood goes everywhere! Ryder.
Alright, seeing the path cleared with the samurai, he'll enter the room. Then, seeing how stuff looks, he will come over by the unconscious Wujen and stab him with his javelin.
It's a free hit, so just go ahead and roll damage. Because he's unconscious. You do 7 damage. And you can see figurine in his hand. It looks like a snake with an owl's head and beak and owl wings. See, the Kitate tuning comes a little closer. This Wujen is unconscious. Nakahumi Rumo is unconscious. Well, Dumo. Nakahumi Dumo, because ours are pronounced as these. Tenzi, you just heard somebody in this room say, "Die in the name of Ushas," and then Musashi shouted like, "You've chosen bad companions." How you feel about that is up to you.
So he was going to cast a spell, but he's going to just burn the spell, and he'll just move at the end of the round, if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine. Just be sure to check off the spell on your list, please. And then
Yep.
Asher.
Asher is going to attempt to Featherfoot. Actually, 7, 8. And she is invisible, but not hidden in shadows. So if he's smart enough, or lucky enough.
The ninja?
Mhm.
Okay, you get your backstab on the ninja. Definitely.
Thank you. His feast.
Okay, AC1 versus AC8 hits, and you cause 33 damage to the Nozira gaining, killing him in one hit. Go and describe how you do so.
Hard to tell what happened. Just he was standing there 1 minute, and the next, there was almost like where you would have a tracheotomy. He's just like splurting blood through his from where his windpipe is.
Yeah.
And then he sinks to his knees and falls over.
Okay, that's... Yeah, everyone's incapacitated. So that's the end of combat.
Probably this guy. I don't think is right. Invisible Wujen.
You can't really tell, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, apparently combat is over.
Well, Inotar can. Inotar can. He passed the check.
Yeah, he can. He knows there's a person there, but he doesn't know if they're asleep or
Okay,
not.
fair enough.
Like there's nothing that lets you see what their condition is, really, just that they're there, because you can't actually see them. Okay, so that was Asher, Braindred, Jim, Airdrin. Okay, the dragons come closer. Varen, Karenglor.
Baron would like to go ahead and release his spell if he may.
Yeah, go ahead.
He will take a 5-foot step, turn and face the room, and cast Fairy Fire.
Okay, so now with Fairy Fire, you can see the outline of the invisible, Wujen. Everyone can see it plain as day right here. So I'll make him visible.
I'll make Inotar visible too.
And they glow
And
green, right? When they're affected by Fairy Fire. So I'll make him green. It's gonna stop the animation when I color him green. There's nothing I can do about that. But yeah. And these are all multiples. So that's the end of the round.
Can Tenzi move now?
On his... Oh, yeah, because he was waiting. Sure, yeah.
He comes up to Musashi and asks what happened here. And Musashi tells him he felt that the Nozira, they're responsible for the death of Lucius' avatar, needed to pay a blood debt. And Tenzi kind of shrugs his shoulders. And that'll be it for him.
Okay. So I'm just gonna sort just in case, and spells in time. So Tenzi's Crown of Cold will end at the end of the round, as will Protection from Evil on Gargamond. And first up is Shandrak and Company.
So Shandrak will Featherfoot his way inside. And yeah, so Shandrak will he'll come out of hiding and he'll be like, well, Sashi, what now? I guess should we just go?
I guess the debt has been paid, although I would like to search the Noziric member for any clues that might help us in finding the assassin responsible for the death of Lucius's avatar.
Alright, you're free to search him. I guess we'll head out down the other hallway. The hallway of torches.
There's a lot of doors in here too. Do we want to check them while we're here? Tenzi says that.
These three will wake up soon. You know?
Yeah, and they did mention supposedly they had searched these areas and cleared them of Yuan Ti, and this is kind of a living area. So if there was anything here, they may have already gotten to it.
I'm not sure that I trust
Their
them.
word. We only met them 5 minutes ago, and then we killed some of them.
I know, but now that we know they're here, I did want to, at least if they claimed they searched this area, I wanted to search the area at the end of the hall before they got the chance to, because all those torches, there's definitely some Jinkaiden there. There must be. Must be something good at the end of all those torches. I like
I
good
don't think
for
we
them.
should leave a stone unturned. And Asher winks.
Oh, we can come back, but I'm sure they wouldn't be happy once they see us.
Okay, anything else for Shandrak and company?
No, I think for now I'll just do a little bit of movement, and that'll be all.
Okay. The monks will stay put for now. So do the Kidate. And next up is Tenzi and company.
Musashi will move up to the Nozira Ninja. Oops, not Tenzi. Musashi will move up to the Nozira Ninja and search his person. He's not going to take any valuables, but he's just looking for perhaps papers that might tell him where the Nozira clan headquarters is or anything like that.
Okay, so You find underneath his really, really nice looking leather armor, on his, like, the over his heart, like, you kind of pull his armor away from his chest while you're searching him, and you find a dragon tattoo over his heart. And he has a lot of really harsh looking calluses on his hands and feet.
Would that tattoo have any meaning to Musashi?
No. No. But it's apparent as soon as you take off his scarf. That red scarf. Like, you can see down his shirt and everything. The armor, the leather armor shirt or whatever. His hands, like, there's a lot of dirt under his fingernails. His hands are really rough. And he has the haircut of a farmer. Like, once you take his head wrap off on his night suit. And he's carrying a ninja toe with the blowgun scabbard. Blowgun / snorkel scabbard. And he's carrying ninja stars. Small ones. They're called shuriken or shuriken. And he has the they're called the climbing claws, the cat claws.
Yep.
And he has a Fukimi Bari in a pouch. Fukimi Bari is it's mouth darts.
He won't take anything from the body. He'll just search, like I said. That'll be it for him.
Yeah. There's money too. There's money.
Yeah, he's just gonna leave it. I mean, someone else, if they want to loot it, they can.
Yeah.
Then he'll turn and ask. He'll turn to Tenzi and ask, "What about these others?" Tenzi will look over to Shandrak and Asher and kind of shrug and say, "Do we want to tie him up, or?" And just kind of voice trails off.
I sure can see how divided he is, and she says, "Oh yeah, I've got some rope. I can handle it."
Very well, then Asriel and he will depart, and that'll be it for us.
Okay. Next up is Asher.
Right. Asher is going to, so at one point she had 50 feet of hemp rope, would cut 20 off so that Jim could carry the alchemy jug on his back. So she has got 30 feet left of hemp rope.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to ask him to kind of cut that into segments. She's going to come over this Wu Jen and try to tie his hands together and his legs too. If I need to do that on the next turn, I can.
A figurine falls out of his hands when you're tying him up.
Yeah, she'll pocket that. And she does have rope use as a proficiency if I need to roll anything.
It is a tiny statuette, an inch or so high.
So you did say that it was a serpentine owl, and Calamar used to have one. So Asher's seen one in action. Does this look like what she's seen before?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, I remember this. And yeah, she'll pocket it.
Okay.
And
She
she's going
doesn't.
to
She doesn't quite know the command word though, because the guy didn't get a chance to use it.
Oh, true.
So there's that. Anything else for Asher and Company? Sorry to interrupt.
She's going to try to tie up this Woojin. She's going to ask
Oh, yeah.
Car to cut off a length of enough that she can tie him up.
Yeah. I didn't even put their sleep on the tracker, but it was 7 rounds. And this is the next round, so they have 6 rounds left. I'll put it on the tracker now. Just call it Sleep 1.
And she's going to try to tie his hands and feet separately rather than hog tie him. Because
Yeah.
in her mind, she's imagining like them being hog tied and like slowly starving to death here, and that is not super compatible with how she thinks people ought to die.
Yeah. You can see that in his things he has like a backpack. He's wearing several pouches. He's got like a robe on, like a kimono.
Yeah.
And
She'll let him close, but she'll ask her her henchman to start searching his stuff.
okay. In his backpack you find the typical adventuring gear, like a tent, rations, water, but there's also a spell book in there. It's in the form of a scroll. Sorry, it's in the form of a scroll. So, not a codex. Say again?
She'll throw it to Shandrak and say,
Okay.
if it's anything interesting, make sure my boys get a look at it.
Of course. I have so many things to check out.
It weighs about 3 pounds. It's a scroll case that's, typical scroll size, like 2 feet ish. And it seems to contain his spells or whatever. Anything else for Asher?
It's good for now.
Alright. The dragons are gonna stay put. Kind of just right around the corner from you guys. That's the end of the round. I'm gonna sort the tracker. So it's a little bit after 3 o'clock in the morning. So the protection from evil on Gargamond ends. Tenzi's Crown of Cold ends, so you can remove the blue. Oh, you already did. Okay. And then Rally ended a long time ago. First up is Shandrak and Company.
So, Shandrak, when he was getting a closer look at all the people first up, none of them had a ring. Which one was that?
That was the main samurai chick up front, the one by the door.
Okay. So he'll lean down and he'll pull that off of her.
Yep. It is a gold band.
Mm-hmm.
And What? No. Damn it. Okay. And then, as you pull the ring off of her, you also notice that she is carrying 4 really nice looking. I forget the name of the arrows they use here.
Sheep.
No, they don't use sheep arrows here. Yeah, I
Leaf
think
head?
it is leaf head. Yeah. So 4 really nice looking leaf head arrows in her. Samurai don't really use a quiver per se. It's like a little pad with like a frame around it, and then a hard back so it doesn't, your body doesn't disturb the arrows, and it usually holds if it's small arrows it's 12. If it's leaf head arrows they're bigger, so they it holds 6. But she has 4 left, and yeah, you can see the make, because the arrowheads, they kind of fit into like a little slot at the bottom. But you can see that the arrowheads are really nice make. So that was leaf head arrows.
Hey, I want to let the FBI know right now that if they seek searches for chlorine gas on my history, it's for D&D.
And then, other than that, the Wu Gen that just got tied up is wearing a really nice looking brooch. Why am I not able to? Oh, I've got the fucking hand tool. Okay. All right. The Wu Gen, the old man Wu Gen that got tied up, is wearing a really nice brooch. The ninja is wearing really nice looking leather armor. There's that ring you just took, the really nice looking arrows, and then you already got the rope, and then the younger Wu Gen has that wand that you traded.
Yeah. So Shandrak, so I guess Half Moon picked up the ring, and I put that on my right hand, and then he will take a 5-foot step and take the brooch off the old Wu Gen and put that on.
Yep. You already moved too, right?
This.
So you're taking
This is my new round.
Okay.
I started here. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And then as long as you move back with that 5-foot step, then now you're done. So you got the brooch from the old man and the ring from this samurai. So all that's left now is the nice arrows in her quiver, the wand on the green guy's, well, in his belt. He probably would have stuffed it in his belt, and then the leather armor on the ninja. Nice looking leather.
Shandrak will just say, "Hey, Gargamon and Ryer, you try to get that armor off that ninja. It looks pretty good."
And it's pretty easy to pull off of him. It kind of it comes off in two pieces really. It's a pair of pants and a shirt that's made of leather, like a hard shirt, and then heavy leather pants, like kind of like chaps. And once you get it off, everyone can see the dragon tattoo over his heart. And he has the... Well, I guess no one in your group would know the culture of Adria enough to know what his haircut means. But he does have dirt under his nails and like just enormous calluses on his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Jandrak, what character should I list as carrying that armor?
Oh, yeah, I guess that ought to be Gargamon will hold that for now.
And the rules, gear and equipment, weapon and armor data. Yeah, show the player. So the weight will be on here. I think it's 15 pounds for leather.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yep, 15.
All right.
So, and that's because it's such thick, like skin or whatever that they used. Like it's like a pair of chaps and some hard leather jacket that's been boiled in hot in oil, boiled in oil. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
Yeah, Ryer will, since Gargamon is able to get the leather with no help, Ryer will go back and he'll take the wand back from the Wujan.
Yeah. Yep.
This is Asher's kind of deal. She nods at you approvingly.
Anything else for Shandrak?
Yeah, Shandrak just notes, it's got some nice arrows, but all my people are out of actions. So that's all for me.
Alright, so the monks kind of come into the hallway here. Right about there. Just in front of Tenzi and Ashriel. The Kitate come out of stealth. And come into the hallway. Next up is Tenzi.
That's where we'll fly to here and detect snares and pits in front of them.
And none are detected.
Tenzi moves next to him. Musashi moves out. He notices the arrows and he takes the quiver, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And moves on. And I'll put them on his sheet.
Alright. There are 4. Exquisitely crafted leaf head arrows. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
That is it.
Asher.
Who took the arrows, Musashi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, Asher is going to come to the one that she can just kind of see an outline of. And she is going to kind of feel around and tie him up.
Okay.
Huh.
So in his bedroll area, there is also a backpack that seems to contain the normal adventuring gear, and also a scroll as well.
She'll motion to Carenclaw. He'll search through it, and like show it to Asher and say she'll throw it to Shandrak and say basically the same thing. Like make sure my guys get a crack at it too.
And these Wu Jin, like, so Wu Jin have to do something weird. They're all kind of unique what they do weird. So this guy dyed his hair blue.
Does he have any blue hair dye in his pack?
Yeah, there's some blue hair dye, yeah. And
I'm
then
taking it.
this old man Wu Jin, like, half his face is shaved and the other half is not, like, to include his eyebrow and eyelashes. It's like the right side of his face. The right side of his face is all shaved. And then the left hand side has, like, the left hand side of a kind of a shitty, scraggly, thin beard, and left side has a white eyebrow and eyelashes. And big old like really long sideburns that stick out past his ears. One sideburn on the left side. Anything else for Asher?
No, that's good.
Okay, the dragons are going to stay put.
Tying that guy up. I think I said it, but it's
Yeah.
sure.
So the only one that's asleep and not tied up yet is Nakahumi Rumo. Yeah. The other samurai. Okay. End of round. Just gonna sort just in case because I can't remember if you guys cast a spell or not. And we got time and spells.
I don't mind. I'm gonna take like 2 quick minutes to use the restroom.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. For our viewers, I got 3 minutes of ads, and we'll come back 2 minutes after the ads are up. All right, here we go. 5 minutes starting now.
Yes, I made these brownie cookie bars. It's definitely the highlight of my day.
Why are you telling me this? So I can start drooling?
Sorry.
They sound delicious.
Got 45 seconds left.
Hello, Tenzi. It came in a box. You could make them easily.
I would like to think so, but I have often overestimated my skill.
And we are back. We already had Shandrak's turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the monks are going to stay put where they're at. And so are the Kitate. Next up is Tenzi.
Tenzi warns the former prisoners to stay back, that sometimes these hallways are trapped. Have you ever been down this hallway before?
The prisoners say...
No. Never been down.
This way before.
Why do you ask?
Because sometimes the hallways are trapped, so you have to be careful where you're going. Follow in our path. And
Okay.
actually,
Very good.
I can't remember how far we detected traps up to. I think it was to here. So I'm just gonna wait here for someone more skilled than I to check the area.
Okay. Asher and company.
Asher is going to kind of shoo Karangler out of the way, and she is going to move to this last person to tie them up.
Okay. And she didn't really have anything special on her. She does have a katana and wakizashi, daikyu, quiver that has no arrows in it. Like they've all been shot. Like they're gone.
Seeing that she has no cool treasure, Asher ties her up slightly tighter than is strictly necessary.
Mhm.
And that'll be it.
Okay, the dragons stay put. End of round. It's probably, 10 after 3 now? And first up is Shandrak and Company. Oh, it's 11 after 3.
All right, and let's get out of here. Hopefully, by the time we come back around, they'll calm down a bit. And those people are. And he will try to detect traps in front of him.
Okay, no traps.
Alright. Shandrak says, hey, Erdrin, it's safe ahead. You check too. And Erdrin will go up where it was safe. And it's going to have to come out of hiding, so he'll detect traps north of where he's at.
Yeah, no traps.
Alright. Shandrak says, I'm telling you though, the hallway, lit by torches, one door at the end, I can feel it. There's going to be a big pile of jank somewhere along the line.
Tenzi says, I'm growing a little skeptical. If there's that much treasure, you would think it would be better to check it.
Asher says, I hope you're right.
And that's all for me.
Okay. And Tenzi and company.
Tenzi will move over to the other side of the hallway and then move up through Ryer Square to here and stop. Ashra will fly to here and stop and detect snares and pits.
And no snares or pits.
So, and then I'll move Musashi behind the Shandrak, and that'll be it.
Okay. And Asher.
Alright, so having tied up the last person, I don't know if I want to do this. Let me talk it out with you for a second. So she wants them to be able to free themselves eventually. So she has like a trap making proficiency, but it takes a while to make a trap. What I'm kind of thinking is that she would create either like take one of her daggers and place it on a wall where it's like hard to get to but not impossible if you apply yourself long enough, or maybe put some sort of a timed device where the dagger like slowly lowers itself from a piece of rope on the ceiling like every hour or something. I'm thinking saw.
For what purpose? To stab somebody?
No, I'm sorry. Not saw as in like kill them. Like something that's going to like allow them to release themselves, but they'll have to spend some time doing it because she doesn't want them to like slowly starve to death. That's not her deal.
So you're talking about a trap that's gonna let them get out of the ropes?
Yeah.
Roll rope use if you have it.
Okay.
Yeah. Traps don't really work that way, but I mean, you can do some kind of rope trick thing. Okay, so you're able to rig by using the rest of your rope. You're able to rig a series of time-released knots that will lower a dagger down the column or whatever.
I will also take a dagger off my inventory.
Yeah. But it's gonna take some time to do that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say at least 15 minutes. So I'm gonna put a timer on here.
Yeah, sure.
And they're probably gonna come to before then. So, let's see. Asher, rigging, dagger. And we'll say 15 minutes.
Can live with that. So she kind of shoos her guys on and says, "I'm good." And she says, "Go back them up. I'll holler if I have any trouble." And Tenzi will know because of that thing he does. And she's got a really vague idea of what Tenzi does. She's like, "Because of that thing Tenzi does." And then they will do that. They will follow the group out into the hall.
And then go ahead and roll intelligence check for Asher.
Okay.
Okay, there are several bladed weapons on the floor that nobody did anything with.
Oh. Okay, so she'll actually spend some time before she does that, like taking the bladed weapons and like moving them like a ways away.
Okay, so it's a katana and a wakizashi
Okay.
that samurai chick had in her hands before she went unconscious. And then there's another katana and wakizashi on the floor next to the door by the dead chick.
Yeah. She'll take those and start. She'll before her people leave, she'll give them to her henchmen and say like, take these a long way away. So yeah, they'll kind of each take one of these weapons and then them in a pile here.
I'm sorry, where?
Oh no, actually I have a better idea. They'll take the bladed weapons and they'll throw it in this brazier. So Karangor will pick up that mundane Kazashi, and Taro will pick up that mundane
So that's actually
katana.
that's
They'll
a
put the
campfire. It's
Oh,
got
okay.
it's wood burning.
That's fine. So we just want to make it like so hot to the touch that it's going to be a pretty unpleasant to retrieve.
Okay.
Use. And then Bosa will take another of the weapons, kind of step into the square, drop it into the fire, and then step back. The third. Where's Jim? Yeah, Jim will step up here, grab one.
All right, so the blades immediately start to get hot, and the leather wrappings start to burn off.
Okay.
Almost immediately. It's like, they start sizzling and popping, like the water's starting to steam out, and they're getting all bubbly, and then eventually they catch fire if no one pulls them out.
Yeah, they'll do that, and Asher will start on her contraption, and that will be good.
Okay. The dragons hold fast. End of round. Gonna sort. And spells in time. First up is Shandrak.
Okay. Shandrak will go for Penzi, and he'll detect traps from further to the north.
Alright, no traps.
All right. Looks clear. Come on, Erdrin. And then Erdrin will detect 10 feet in front from there.
Okay. And no traps.
All right. And now we'll move our people up. That's all for me.
Okay. The monks stay put. Kirite stay put. Tenzi.
Musashi moves up, and again, he comes to the side of Shandrak. This time, Tenzi moves up behind Ryer. Astral flies in front of Erdrin. And then Ashra will detect snares and pits.
Okay, no snares or pits.
That'll be the end of our turn.
And Asher.
She is going to keep working on her contraption, and her henchmen are going to move up with the rest of the group. That'll be all.
And the Panlungs stay where they're at. And end of round. Just gonna sort real quick. Spells in time. Shandrak.
Shandrak will go a couple squares in front of where Ashril stood, and he'll detect any traps north from there.
Alright, no traps.
Okay. All clear. And then Erdrin will come up and keep going, detecting north.
Good. All right, no traps.
And Airdrin will mumble that it's safe. And people will move forward. And that'll be all for me.
All right. The monks will stay put, as well as the Kidate, and next is Tenzi.
Musashi will move up next to Shandrak, and then Ashriel and Tenzi will move up behind Ryer. And Ashriel will turn to the right and do a detect snares and pits down that hallway.
All right, none detected.
That'll be the end of our turn.
Okay, Asher.
Asher is going to continue working on a contraption, but as she does, she kind of thinks like, I don't know when these guys are going to wake up. And so she is going to use her ring and will herself to be invisible as she works on it. That's going to be pretty awkward. And then her people will continue to move up with the bulk of the group.
Okay.
And that'll be all.
Dragons will stay put. End of round. Spells and time. And they will wake up at the end of the round. First up is Shandrak.
Shandrak will say, Marty, has anyone seen Asher? I don't see her around. Do you think she's been sneaky?
So Anatar says, she was rigging a contraption of some kind. She said to go ahead. She'll be fine, and that Tenzi would know if she wasn't.
Okay. Let's just check these doors out before opening them in that case. and Shandrak will go in front of Jim and to detect for traps 10 feet north from there.
Okay. Alright, no traps.
Shandrak will call that safe, and Airdrin will come on up and detect last 10 before the door.
Alright, no traps.
Airdrin mumbles that looks clear from here. So Ryer will go up to the door and try to listen at it.
Okay. All right. So on the other side, you hear this like. And another one goes, and then you hear this like, when they come through that door, you just smash them. And you hear this like, huh? Are they rubber? Huh? And another one says,
Okay, Raya will he'll try to step away from the door, and say to the group is like, yeah, there's some gruff monster, and some shrill thing speaking in common. Let's see what goes down the other hallway first, since Asher's doing stuff. Well, let's see if there's anything we can hear down it.
Sounds good.
And that's all from me.
okay. The Kidate stay put. Next up is Tenzi.
Asheville will cast Clairvoyance 10 feet beyond the door to the north.
Okay. One second.
You want me to roll the spell template?
No, that won't be necessary.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. So. Oh. All right. It's a good thing you did that because. This is what you see on the other side. So, Wizard 3, Clairvoyance. All right. So in the light
Oh,
of your
crap.
spell, You see a bunch of these guys. Wait, what? The fuck just happened?
Did it get deleted by accident?
Well, I didn't hit delete. I'll put it down. So it's a bunch of these guys in the light of the spell.
Holy
Like,
crap.
Cool.
My children, there are many of these creatures beyond the door,
Oh, not
just
cool.
waiting for us. Perhaps this would be time for a meteor swarm.
No kidding. Yeah, if you still got those, man.
I
That's a
don't
good
think I've
resource.
used it. I don't think I've used it yet. I'm gonna check.
Yeah, I don't think you've used that in a while, like since you've been outside. I don't think you ever used it inside the dungeon. At least I don't remember.
Yeah, but I get it by using this other power. So if I've used that other power, then I can't do it. But I have not yet used it. So
Anything else for Tenzi and Company?
um, no, I guess not.
Okay. Next up is Asher and Company.
Asher continues to work on her contraption, and her henchmen just kind of look at each other and look at Asriel and like, not nervously, but just like tension, like the pre-battle like stiffening of muscles and kind of fingering their weapons, and they're just waiting for a sign. Bombosa is going to here attempt to hide in shadows.
Okay. Anything else for Asher and Company?
No, I did say Asher was working on her contraption still, right?
Yes.
Okay, yep, that'll be it.
Okay. Um, the dragons will stay put. And by now, the 3 characters come too. And I'm just gonna say that fairy fire is gone. Just because I didn't put a thing up. That timer. But he's visible. And the samurai, she wakes up and like she's been drooling. She kind of wipes the drool off on her shoulder or whatever, and like looks around, and she sees the dead, and she like kicks the two Wu Jen and wakes them up. She just kind of wheels around and kicks them both, and she says,
Look! They killed the others! And left us for dead!
I sure stay silent, but they can probably hear her tools at work.
Why is the ninja naked? Oh my god. They took our magic items! Your brooch is missing, and that wand they traded to you.
and the old man Wu Jen says,
Yes, my brooch is gone.
and the younger one says,
And my wand is missing. Oh no! They killed the others.
and the old Wu Jen goes,
We need to get out of here before the rest of us die. They were far superior to our power.
and the female samurai says,
We must have our revenge in the name of the honor of our compatriot. Kojato.
okay. So end of round. And spells and time. So Ashriel's detect snares and traps, or snares and pits, is done. And first up is Shandrak.
Erdrin gets a little pale after hearing all those things by the door and being so close, so he goes to the other brazier, and Erdrin will hide in shadows over there.
It's a fireplace.
Oh, right, fireplace, yeah. And Shandrak will he'll come around the corner and hide in shadows over here next to Gargamon and Brian Druid.
Okay.
And then Ryer will be able to make it to the other door to try to listen at that.
All right. He hears dead silence on the other side.
It's definitely not a whole bunch of enemies through this door, I'll tell you that. And he'll come back to where the party is. Yeah, sorry, was you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to check that out first, or want to take on the horde beyond the door?
Well, it does sound like nothing. I can at least take a look. And Ryer will open the door.
All right. So inside you see a bunch of slain Yon T.
Looks like those adventurers weren't shooting their own horn. They did kill some Yuan Ti in this room.
We
So
can assume they
three half breeds and 3 purebloods, and then also some Histachi E.
Mm-hmm.
I just haven't put the Histachi. And then somebody was about to talk. I think I heard someone.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, if they've already slain them, I assume they've already looted the place as well. If you can see none moving.
Ryer will try to step into the room. Oh, wait. I think I might see something moving.
Dead Histachi E all over the place.
Okay, they're all dead? I thought I saw... Okay. I thought I saw something, but yeah, that was dead.
And then 3 open doors. And one of them is really wide. And there were a lot of Histachi E. Probably like 7. And then in the back of the room,
You see a pile of gold that they haven't picked up yet.
Nope. There's an empty chest in the back of the room.
Ah. Looks like it's open and empty.
Yeah.
Opposite. Yeah, it's pretty clear looking. And Ryer will return to the group, and that'll be all for me.
Okay. The monks stay put. So do the Kidate. Next up is Tenzi.
Asheville says, "My children, once we open the door, once I can, I will uh, cast a spell to try to eliminate as many of the enemy as possible, but we must guard the doorway to let none escape." And so Musashi will move up to the next to the doorway, stand here. And he's going to stay there, and Asheville just getting ready for whenever everybody's ready to reach the door.
Okay. Asher and Company.
Asher is still working on her contraption. I don't think she's close enough to have any idea what they're up to. And just kind of keeping half an ear on this conversation happening in the room. And people are going to move up. Anatar is going to innately cast improved invisibility on himself again.
Okay. Find. Okay. Go ahead and roll a template. Nice. Thank you. Okay. Anything else for Asher and Company?
No, let me count, make sure how many people are here.
All right. The Penlung Dragons are going to stay put for now. And that's the end of round and end of session for now.
Oh.
And I owe you experience for the NPC party, which is going to be a lot. Going to be a lot.
Aaron, that's what I'm missing. Okay.
If Musashi sees a member of the Nozir clan, he is going to kill him. So, just so everyone's aware.
Understandable.
Good to know. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Your people killed my god.
Yeah, I don't have any criticism about your role playing.
And I thought it was hilarious that I was able to just like yoink back the item that I just traded.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pretend I wasn't like, I'm gonna be easier just to kill him. But not necessarily a good thing to do.
I mean, it definitely wasn't evil. I'll tell you that. And I think it was according to, I think it was good role playing, because according to, Musashi's code, he probably should hunt down all the Nozira and kill them. Try to, kill them all off for what they did.
Yeah.
Even the new members, because they're associating themselves with the Nozira. Let's see. Weird. I have to refresh because I lost a bunch of things in my journal when I put down the tokens in there.
Yeah, Roll20's been kind of flaky for me today.
Yeah, they're pretty soon they're gonna be implementing a new update. I forget what it's called, but it's gonna make it so that it's easier to display large numbers of animated tokens. So these little glitches won't happen as often. And it has something to do with the graphics engine that they use. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. And then there was something else that they're improving. I don't remember what they said. But it's supposed to happen soon, like sometime this spring, so within the next 3 months or so. Somehow it's taking its sweet time here. There we go. I just needed a new tab. Seems to be loading a little faster. If you want, I can do this after the session ends, and then you guys can come in at your leisure and do your experience. Oh no, it just loaded. Just loaded. Okay. Adria story arc. Samurai. So there were two katana grandmasters. They're worth 6,000 points each. Two katana and master samurai. 3-player characters. There were 10 NPCs, right? 10? And 7 of them are warriors and bards. The creatures defeated was both of them. They have 9 hit dice. 7 warriors and bards. Okay, and then there were 2 Wu Jin. So they're level 8 level 8 Wu Jin, 2,000 each. So 2 Wu Jin 8 and 2,000. Uh, 3 player characters, 10 NPCs. None of them were defeated, actually. They are both still alive. And 8 hit dice and 7 warriors and bards. So you get the XP, but not the hit dice. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, that's okay. That's good. And then the monk was killed. And she was level 8. Oh, I didn't do XP for her. Oh, yeah, I did 1,400. No, that can't be right. It's got to be more than that. Rules, etc. Monster XP values. So she's got 8 hit dice. And then high intelligence. Immunity to any spell? Yeah, scrying spells. Level 2 or lower spells. Level 3 or greater spells. Multiple attacks causing 30 plus points of damage. That's 7. Special poison. That's 9. 10. 11, 12. So she counts as 20 hit dice. That's 3,000 plus 7, so 10,000 for her. Yeah. So 1 monk 8. 10,000. 3 player characters. 10 NPCs. She was, yeah, she was killed. Okay. Hit dice 8. Warriors and bards in the party 7. And then there was also the ninja gaining. Clans. Nozira. Gaining 4,000 points. So 1. Nozira. Gaining 4,000. No, 5,000 for him. Because he had magic armor. And 3 player characters. 10 NPCs. He was killed, yeah? Yeah, okay, yeah. I think he's level 8. Warriors and bards in the party 7. Okay. Any questions, comments, or concerns for me?
Oh,
Yeah,
they did
that was a
nice.
fun session.
Good. It's been a while since you guys ran into an NPC party, so I
Picked up some interesting sounding magic items.
yeah, yep. Some magic arrows, a magic brooch, a magic ring. Possibly, gotta detect magic on them to see, how strong they are. I'm sure you guys will find a use for that suit of leather armor. I think Bombosa's not wearing magic armor. He's a thief.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And Asher's is only a +1. I just have fun with it because it's a blending, armor blending.
Yeah.
But it's not actually super effective.
Yeah. And then I think everyone else is wearing. Oh, yeah. Karangler can't wear armor, right?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Because of his kit. No armor, shields.
I don't remember.
But yeah, I love running NPC parties. Even if they get killed, I don't care because it doesn't take long to assemble one, I guess. And yeah. So, but good. For our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. See, we're gonna raid into Dork Tales. How about Exploding Dice? They're playing Darkest Dungeon. That's always fun to watch. You don't have to stay and watch it. But, please stick with the raid because you get more channel points. You get like a 200 channel point bonus. So we're going to raid into them. And, yeah, hopefully we'll see you next week. And is everyone going to be able to make it next week?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be good.
Here we go into that raid. Bye-bye.
Bye.